Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Good evening, folks. So I was going to start with a cinematic shot of the galley, most important room on a long journey like this. But then when I clicked back into the game, I accidentally clicked on... Whoops. Lindemann here, and now he's just gazing into my soul. Okay, you're relieved. You're relieved, Lindemann. Anyway, he's still not going anywhere. He's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" I didn't know you could push people around. Is that new? Surely that's a way to avoid collision being an issue. But of course, if I find it annoying that they've made certain things have no collision and other things still do. There is a mod that takes away all the collision. Of course, there's a mod for everything. But like, why does this guy have no collision? But then if I want to get past... Now this does happen if there's a guy over here sitting same way this guy is, then you get blocked back here, because there is collision on these guys, so I don't know. I don't know why we need that double standard. But... And of course, they made this position have no collision, because if it did, it would block everybody who ever wanted to walk past, so... Yeah, well. The guy in the valves has no collision either. Speaking of which, I need to remember to check exactly how fast that because I don't think it's that much of an improvement. I think if you don't have someone stationed at the valves, it only takes like 5 or 6 seconds for someone to get there usually, so. It's kind of whatever. Anyway, weather station. I did deal with this problem. The game was crashing. I think the problem may have been that my graphics drivers were not up to date. So I'm hopeful that things can continue, but I went through and basically did the same attack. But then did not have the game crash afterwards. So the black pit is done. So that's good. And of course, after this, I intend to come down here and work on the Paukenschlag. So yeah, doing pretty good for. It's I think another month, and I think we started in August of 41, so almost been going 1 year, but we've definitely accomplished a lot. Thanks to the prodigious depth of these magazines. Anyway, let's go. I should mention, this is it's probably the last stream for a while, like a week at least. I don't know for sure, but life happens. But just want to put that out there somewhere. Plenty of fuel for this. Only used a third of it to get here.
Herr Kaloin, wir nähern uns den angegebenen Koordinaten im nördlichen Labrador. Wir werden mit den Vorbereitungen zur Aufstellung der Wetterstation beginnen. Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Now they usually spawn destroyers when this happens. But I don't see anything yet. Oh, hello.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Isn't it like July? It's July, surely. Not that far north. I mean, I'm sure there's like permafrost and stuff up here, but snow? In July? Let me send... I'm gonna not send the watch officers, because they need to maintain a lookout. Whoops. You can take the K98 in case of polar bears. There they go.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Apparently I'm not close enough to do the pickup. I was close enough to do the drop-off. A little bit of a deeper spot there. Interesting. Alright.
Die Aufklärungsmission war herausfordernd, aber es ist uns gelungen, einen geeigneten Standort für die Wetterstation mit idealer Ausrichtung zu finden. Wir werden in der Lage sein, genaue Wetterdaten für unsere U-Boot-Flotte zu sammeln. Lassen Sie uns diese Station schnell aufbauen, bevor das Wetter schlechter wird. Wir warten auf Ihren Befehl, Herr Kaloy.
Still no sign of... Oh, never mind. As usual.
Schornsteinrauch, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 245 Grad.
And at least it is the, like, old Wix Clemsons that you wouldn't expect to be devoted to the front lines.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Alright, you guys are on your own.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Yeah.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 240 Grad. Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 240 Grad. Schnellboot 240 Grad. Schnellboot.
It is definitely
235 Grad.
15 Meter.
immersion breaking that they always, like, spawn right on top of the objective. For that mission to go grab the gold in the Mediterranean. Weather stations.
Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung
The Enigma
160
machine.
Grad.
Although that one, they're camping it, which is interesting. It's kind of a different thing. I just... like, that you can run into them up here, that's not my issue. It's just that it always happens. So there's no unpredictability in this situation. It's like, oh, yep, here they are again. Like, it'd be not, because sure, they're patrolling, maybe they have some vague intelligence, but it should be like a chance, you know what I mean? A chance that they show up. Because when they show up every time, then it's like, well, you know what's gonna happen, so. Kind of removes some of the spontaneity in the situation.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 115 Grad.
Gut gemacht. Wir haben die Wetterstation erfolgreich in Betrieb genommen. Und jetzt ist es an der Zeit, sie zu testen.
Oh, they've gone around the headland at least.
Blasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10
Auf
Meter.
Dieselmotor.
I mean, they're also like hull down, so.
Eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht. Funkspruch erhalten.
Temperature 9 degrees Celsius. Wind speed 6 knots. I don't understand why there's snow. That's good weather, if you ask me. 9 degrees Celsius. That's like 50 Fahrenheit, I think. That's pretty fucking nice. If you ask me. Alright, let's get out of here. Did that thing say the Canadian Meteorological Service? Is that a cover?
Fahrt voraus.
It's people think it's a Canadian thing. That's funny. Should have stayed on that screen to look at it. Alright.
Kurs setzen.
Let's get out of here.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 6 gewartet.
Doesn't seem like they're coming back. Canada's been deloaded. Ask for another mission. Shit. I think I'm gonna skip the Mediterranean on this campaign, because I got a lot of other stuff to do. And kind of a waste of a Type 9, to be honest. You don't need all that range in there. So I'd leave it to the Type 7s, I think. But yeah, and I don't want to do this yet either, because there's not that much for Arctic convoys this early, so I guess we shall proceed without a specific mission. Should we go through? You know what? Why not? Why not? Let's follow in the footsteps of Leif Erikson. What are the grid squares for this? C, A, and B. B, A, and B. D, A, B, and C. You can go into the into the Gulf if you really want to. It's interesting that this isn't included, because historically, for the game's purposes though, there are no actual ports down here, so or not much in the way of ports. But yes, so anything west of this line. So if I come across something in here coming out of the St. Lawrence Seaway, then that is an option. Anything west of this line. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, we're all good. Everything's fine so far. Got plenty of food too.
Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
No, wasn't a complete message, I guess. That's a pretty shit transmitter we put there if you have to be within 50 miles to receive it. Not sure that's going to be particularly useful.
Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Interesting.
Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Keeps coming. Is it like every 12 hours or something?
Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Yeah, seems that way.
erledigt, Herr Kaloi. Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Folgen Sie mir.
See if there's anyone in here.
50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
Yeah, no.
Anblasen. Auf
As
diesem
far as the game is concerned, there's no
Herr Kaloi,
ports
eingehendes Funktelegramm.
up this way, so.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Tauchen auf. 35
I like how the Great Lakes aren't even properly.
Horchraum besetzen.
Like you can see the shadows of them.
Auf diesem Motorenwechsel.
They're not
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
modeled as separate from the landmass. It almost makes me want to try coming up the St. Lawrence. See what happens. 0 to 5 meters of draft. I don't know about that. They did have to dredge this out at one point in history. I don't remember when that was. To allow like actual big ships to go up there, but
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
anyway.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Folgen Sie mir.
Tauchen auf. 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
Nothing.
Anblasen.
Could go into the ports
Auf
maybe.
diese Motoren wechseln.
I don't know.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Tauchen auf. 35 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
Excellent news.
Auf je Motoren wechseln.
Excellent news. 116.
Großer Konvoi. Peilung 115 Grad.
The hell kind of combo is that?
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Did it just leave this place?
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 115 Grad.
25 Meter.
See if there's any bearing change on that. 117. It's eastbound.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 245 Grad.
Oh god.
Meter.
245. That's more likely to be a deep ocean convoy. That's farther away. Okay.
40 Meter.
Let me...
Tauchen auf 30 Meter.
Let me stay at this depth.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung
I
120
just want
Grad.
to see.
Aktuelle Tiefe
118.
30 Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 245 Grad.
119. The other bearing is not changing.
Meter.
Not sure what to do with that information.
Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter.
1, 2, 3 now.
35 Meter.
That other bearing has still not changed. He says it's closing in, which is interesting. I don't know what that means. Good morning, Ellie. Night only lasts half an hour around here. It's alright. Blink and you'll miss it.
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt,
I'm
Herr
allowed to
Kaloi.
just plot an intercept course. That feels like cheating. I think I will go after this one out here because more likely to be big ships. And if I'm following that one, it'll take me deeper into the zone. Whereas if I follow this one, it'll take me back out. So. Oh god, yeah. I need some time to recover from that. For sure. Like they kept acting like it was one night, but it really did not seem that way. It seemed like we were partying all night, and then into the morning of the next day, then we were chasing sheep in the well, the morning of the next day is when Henry gets like date raped, essentially, if you want to call it that. That's how I feel about it. And then, but I don't know if it was intended to come across that way. Anyway, but then they're chasing sheep in the meadow, and the sun's like low again, and it's like, okay, is that supposed to be the morning, and then we go to sleep again? And then wake up at 10 a.m. to do the sermon? I don't think so, man. I think there's a whole day in there. Yeah, I'm disappointed as well. But to me, it came across as... I mean, I didn't give consent, and I didn't see Henry do so. He wasn't saying no, but like, just feels a bit of a gray area to me, perhaps. But I guess they know how to have a good time in Bohemia.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 195 Grad.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Feels like cheating.
Schraubengeräusche.
Oh god, don't get me started there.
315 Grad. Schraubengeräusche.
What a mess.
Peilung 215 Grad.
What an absolute mess. Like, I got in my maximum stealth outfit, and I was like, okay, let me sneak up on him. And it was like, nope. You're inside of 50 meters. You're in the cutscene. No way out. So. But I think it's a good thing when a game like that, when you can feel like genuine regret for things that happen. Oh, what does happen? Do the guys come in and you have to intervene anyway? I would like to know. Oh, it's exactly the same thing, you just get found eventually? Is this more watching them mess around? Yeah, it still feels like I fucked up though. But again, it's really cool when a game can make you feel that way. When you have like actual regret about things that happened. But you know, at least things are going well with Teresa. That's can't take that away. So there they are. Let's do a little snorkeling.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 60 Grad.
Yes, very well, very well. Very happy with that.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Oh god, yeah. Like, come on, Henry. You're asking for it. What, did you think we were just messing around? I've been in that, like, exact position, though. Or at least seen other people in that exact position, and it's like, come on. Take a hint. Very funny. I think I see some tankers, which is good news. That one over there. Pretty sure. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of liberties as usual. And a couple empires. Destroyer there. And then another one way on the left flank. It seems like I could get... I could probably get to the port side of this destroyer. That might be okay there. We'll see. No brigade? You mean... You mean brigantine? Wonder if the origins for the word brigade are related. No, these are very much not the same thing. Completely different, completely different services, in fact. One being an army formation and the other being a ship. That is a tanker back there. And this could be another one. So that's good. We like to see that. But one of the things the brigantine or the brig was often used for is commerce raiding. Whether in an official naval capacity as a privateer or in an unauthorized piratical fashion. So I suppose you could say this is just the modern version of that. Maybe we are the brigantine. Maybe the diesel boat is the modern brigantine. 242. Or something close to it. So 88. Which is going to be 268. 2 degrees south of west. Seems about right. Yeah, we'll have plenty of juice for the batteries. Let me pull that snorkel in. And go to silent running.
Ruhe im Boot. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
See if we can get through the screen. Oh, it's actually shallow here. Because these are the Grand Banks, or close to it. I forget what this island is called. I think I've looked it up before. Good fishing grounds, these.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Looks like a coffee stain. Maybe that's how islands start. Or the imaginary islands back in the day. Yeah, 242, I would say. Alright. So their course, I do believe, is 268. What are you? It's like a British destroyer, maybe. And so this destroyer is in front of the second column from the right. And then there's 1, 2, 2.5 columns to the port side of that. So this area is definitely where I should try sneaking in.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Nice and calm, so should be okay on that front in terms of broaching and stuff. Yeah, just throw in an extra island for aesthetics, or better yet, because then you can say you know about this island that nobody else knows about. It's a selling point for your map. It's fake news.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 245 Grad.
Yeah, I'm gonna aim for right between these two columns, I think. Although they might still be too close to this guy. We'll see. Two, 6, 8.
Kurs 2, 6, 8.
Okay. Let me plot this guy. What are you in? ENF? Or are you Black Swan? No, I think it has... I think the second mast is as tall. It's just kind of hard to see with the smoke. So... I think the Black Swan has twin guns as well. So does the Tribal, for that matter. $8,400 at 169. Oops. out on 268. That places me 1.5 clicks from them. Which is not very far at all. Okay. How about... This gap is not that big, is it? $9,500 at 191. Okay. So it's just not, this is really not ideal circumstances here. The gap is not as big as I might like it to be. Go a meter deeper. And let's drift over just a little bit. And I will also save the game. All right. Just a whale, nothing to worry about. School of fish. No worries. Okay. It's not that big of a convoy, I guess. Let's see. There's a Corvette back there. 2 Corvettes back there. But other than that, most of the firepower is up front. Yes, 4 destroyers and 2 Corvettes, which that's somewhat reasonable. Maybe not for a convoy that's this small, but what the hell kind of attack do I want to do here? Start drifting back to starboard so I don't get run over. So there are 2 tankers here. Those are must hits. Very valuable targets. Heavy rain. Crows eating your... that sounds unfortunate. I hope, things turn out. Yep, they're still on. They're still on 268. Because I'm 9 degrees off. You say you've been invaded by snails. We've been invaded by ants. But these things happen in the summer. I really... like, fundamentally, I do not understand people who think that living further south is a good thing. Or closer to the equator. Oh, they're inside. They're inside. But there's these, there's this bait. It's called ant bait. It's a liquid. But you, like, put the thing out. But it's also a poison. But it's slow acting, so you're supposed to leave it out so they can find it, and then they all take it back to the hive. And then it kills them en masse in the hive. Which seems like a great solution. And it seems to have worked. Because like there was a bunch of them earlier yesterday morning, I guess. It's like a bunch of them drinking the Kool-Aid. And like at first it was just a couple, and then they took the news back, you know, as they do when they find food or whatever. And then there was a whole bunch, like 100 of them. 50, 100, something. Like all drinking the Kool-Aid, having a party. And then like 8 hours later, nothing. They're gone. They're all dead. No, but the idea is you let them do that. And then they take it back to the hive, and then they're all dead. So we'll see what happens in the future. But for now, it seems to have worked. The other thing with ants that I've heard about is that if you have like ant poison or something, if you're killing them, they will come and claim they're dead. take all the bodies back. Which may have happened, I don't know. Because it was just like... a whole bunch of them, and then now there's nothing, so... But this way, we killed all the scouts and... whoever the scouts were talking to back at the hive, so... We'll see how it goes long term, but seems to have worked. Where do I want to sit? That's the question. I could drop all the way back to where this tanker is. That's like dead center in the convoy. But then I'm pretty close to this Corvette back here, actually. Wish something like that worked for snails. What's the problem with snails? What do you have against snails? What have they done to you? They destroy everything? Like what, they eat the leaves? Interesting. Oh, we don't live in a particularly wet environment over here, so... In fact, this year's looking to be pretty dry. Specifically. We're not that far from that guy either. Shit. I think I'm gonna drop back to this row. And I'll shoot at them. And we should be far enough inside that I can do this now. Get some torpedoes warmed up. Yeah, no, don't turn on the white light, please. Thank you. All right. The murderer snail? Oh god. Okay, not all snails are created equal, it seems. Some are worse than others, perhaps. Blackjack. $10,000 tons. 1,600 meters. 152. Okay, I need to be... not even this close to him. Okay. Be densely packed in here. But I do need to be careful because it is broad daylight after all. Fuck. They saw the scope. Well, I guess it was bound to happen. Sooner or later.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel.
That's very close. That's why they saw us, because I was within 400 meters. But I didn't want to be too close to him because I was the farther I was from this guy, the closer I was going to be to this guy when he came up. So yeah, well, I shall live with the consequences. And like that. Gotta be like 4 knots or something. That's what they usually do. Could you maintain one of the stern tubes, please? Because we got a lot of external reloads to get through back there. All right. Not prepared for this at all. The only way to kill them is pick them up and freeze them or cut them in half. Are you sure it's murderer snail and not murderee snail?
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 4, 7, 6 Meter.
I guess. I guess I can see how that could get out of hand.
Aktualisieren. Winkel 8, 5, rechts.
Rohr 5 bewässern.
Kommandant, wir haben unsere Position erreicht. 5 bewässert. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 305. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 6, 0.
Come on now.
Meter.
Come on. I believe. Spin, gyro, spin. They also eat the friendly snails? Okay, well. Okay.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 9.
I guess I can understand
Rechts.
at that point. Alright, they're turning back.
Aktualisieren.
Perfect.
Entfernung zum Ziel 7, 9, 5 Meter.
And we are going for, as the stream title says, a UKD. which is not a medical procedure, but rather
Herr Kommandant.
a
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
type of detonation.
Schneller, schneller.
30 Sekunden.
You can also drown them.
Sekunden bis Einschlag. Treffer.
Got him.
Schwere Schäden. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 6.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Torpedorohr 6 gewartet.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 4, 5, 5 Meter. Gegnerlage 6.
No, this one I will not do a UKD. Because the goal with the tankers is not to sink the ship, but to detonate the cargo. That's...
Funkspruch erhalten.
Let me shoot the range one more time.
Funkspruch
Yep.
erhalten.
Yep, we should be good. We should be good.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Um,
Entfernung zum Ziel 4, 9, 2
yeah, it seems
Meter.
like more than 6.
Schussunterlagen
It's a big target though,
aktualisieren.
so
Gegnerfahrt 7 Knoten.
shouldn't miss.
Los.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Okay.
30 Sekunden.
Hello.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Look, it's almost like he's plotting an actual intercept. Fascinating.
Sekunden bis Einschlag. Treffer. Feuerabdeckung.
There we go.
Schwere Schäden.
Well, things are going pretty well so far. How far away are you? That's a bit of a stretch. Sharpsburg. 1860s called and they want their battle name back. Seven's as good as any. Another impact, why not?
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Still haven't evacuated the tanker. Maybe because there was no one to evacuate after the cargo went. Another explosion.
Leine vorn zurück.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Something like that, I guess. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Zum Ziel 7, 5, 9 Meter.
Just gotta make sure you got the right side on the angle on bow. Let's do it.
Los.
Funkspruch erhalten.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Feuer an Deck. Sie gehen unter.
Oh, she broke in half immediately. Damn. And that was not an under-keel detonation. That was just the cargo going up. Well, he certainly did not have any time to abandon ship on that one. Jesus. Okay. Yikes.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden von Esting geortet.
Oh, this is always fun. That's both tankers down. It's a lot of tonnage. 20,000. So what's the plan here, bud? What are we doing? Trying to take that ship with you? You know, there's these things called tow cables. Okay. Alright. Broke free.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Wir wurden von Nesting geortet.
Hey there, buddy.
Äußerste Kraft voraus. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, you just keep turning in circles. I'll stay right here. That's I appreciate that.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Alright. We can get one more shot in.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 1, 3, 0 Meter. Gegnerfahrt 4 Knoten. Winkel 5, 1, Bug rechts.
Tor 5 bewässern.
Go for another UKD. Fuck. Wasn't paying attention. That's gonna hurt. And fuck up the stern tubes. No. Oh, shit. God damn it. I thought we were okay. I really did. I really did. Well, be right back after this message. I need to take a break. And so does the game. All right. Okay. Really thought we were okay. Really did. I guess I need to be quick saving with prejudice. Should title the stream Groundhog Day, maybe. Alright. But if I did that, then it probably wouldn't happen. So maybe that is a good strat. That's usually how it goes. You title the stream U-Boat Space Program, and then you don't get any U-Boat Space Program. I think we got like one. There's a few more in the previous stream. And so far, there's been exactly one Under-Keel detonation, so doing okay there, maybe. We really can't, it's true. Well, let me see if this time I can avoid getting spotted, though. I'm gonna go line up exactly with these guys. And I'm gonna go underneath the first one instead of getting spotted by him. Should go much better.
Tauchen auf 30 Meter. Tauchen
Yeah,
auf
20 is enough, I guess.
20 Meter.
Plenty of interference now.
Schleichfahrtalarm auf Gefechtsstation. Kreiselkompass einschalten. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ja, Herr Kapitän, ich kümmere mich darum. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 0 Grad.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Langsame Fahrt voraus. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Get a little bit farther.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Alright.
Tauchen auf 5 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
Whatever you do, don't broach. Should be calm enough.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
See how much of a racket I can get away with.
10 Meter.
I am like basically dead center in the convoy, so close to it.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Torpedorohr 6 gewartet.
They're going faster than that. Interesting.
Äußerste Kraft voraus.
It's a fast convoy. I mean, there aren't very many of the old empires. These tankers can go quite fast, and so can the C3s. Maybe 8.5, something like that. Well, let me run a parallel course, so. $152.5 meters. Nice to use a long ship, it gives you a little bit more granularity in the measurement. $52 gives me, hang on,
Äußerste Kraft voraus.
5.8. So that gives me 8.8 knots. I believe it, honestly. No. A little bit behind my desired position now. But I think we're good. I don't think anybody can hear us. So could hit that guy in theory. Could hit this guy in theory. I mean, how far away are you? Two and a half. It's basically 1 kilometer.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 9 Knoten.
100 degrees right there.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 1 0 0. Rechts.
It's 2.5. I don't know. I think I might go for this guy, even though the angle is shit. But it doesn't matter, because magnetic detonators, the solution will be very susceptible to error. But I don't think we're gonna have very much error. Yeah, right there is 45, so... there we go. But this guy's also 2.5. I don't know. I don't know. Well, if I just get further forward, then... The problem is, I'm like in the middle of the convoy, so every ship I look at is the same distance away. This guy's a kilometer away, this another one behind me to the port side, also a kilometer away. And then the outer ring is like all 2.5. So that makes it difficult to do these staggered timings. Fuck. That's bad news. I think. Yep, bad news. Alright, well that solves my problems. It solves my problems.
Kursunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 8, 0, 3 Meter. Kursunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7, Knoten.
Well, let's do it all again. That has to be one of the escorts that heard me, which is not particularly surprising because it's a small convoy with escorts everywhere around the edges. So it's probably good there.
Setzen. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Treffer. Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Yeah.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
Already? I guess I'm making one hell of a racket, so
Kleine Fahrt,
not
voraus.
that surprising. Let me... Well, I'll work on reorienting in that direction. Balloon broke.
Funkspruch erhalten. Funkspruch erhalten.
Rohr 5 geladen. Äußerste Kraft zurück. Kurs setzen.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Oh, yeah, we're good. Good thing he doesn't have K guns. Because if he did, it would be right on my ass. If they could actually drop a pattern, then we'd be cooked. All right.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Liberty.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 4. Knoten.
Ah.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 8, 3, 8 Meter.
What? Okay, there we go.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 7, 9, 4 Meter.
Rohr 5
Looking good, looking good. Let's go for the UKD. That's perfect right now, actually. Let's check this again.
Schussunterlagen
Alright,
aktualisieren.
alright.
Entfernung zum Ziel 7, 1, 8 Meter.
Whoops.
Los.
Sekunden bis Torpedo einschlagen.
Alright.
30 Sekunden. Sekunden. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Another good one. And I am actually keeping track of the dud rate, because anecdotally it seems higher than with the impact fuses, at least with the late impact fuses. But so far, using the good magnetic fuses on the T3s, so far I have recorded 23 good hits. These are only the ones set to magnetic. Only the UKDs. 23 hits and 4 duds. That's what I have recorded so far. And that includes some that didn't actually happen because the game crashed, but it's still data, right? So See how that
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
looks in the long term.
Rohr 5 geladen. Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Flüssen geortet.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Torpedorohr 5 wartet.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Well. What are we looking at here?
Aktualisieren. Entfernen. 1.
Terrible angle at the moment.
7 Meter.
They're turning back. They're turning back. 7, maybe.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7. Knoten. Lage 4.
Rohr
9.
5 bewässern.
Rechts.
Pretty.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
It is like a whole kilometer, but miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Los.
Okay. Oh, that guy missed us. Fucking dead center.
Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Kurs setzen.
Don't even fucking talk to me.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
That's experience right there. That's what that is. Just knowing when it's okay to not know everything, basically. There's a lot of misses. A lot of misses that went into that hit. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. So that is another good one to truck up. I'm gonna save the game right here because reasons. Certainly don't want to lose that attack.
Höhenbruch.
Ja,
Sie
wir haben
sinken.
ihn.
Schlussunterlagen
That's pretty good.
aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 9. 3 Meter. Geschwindigkeit 4. Knoten. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Schlussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 5. 2.
Rohr 1
Links.
bewässern.
Do I not have any more reloads back there? Interesting. Be good to go.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 6. 4. Links.
Looks like they're going
Aktualisieren.
faster than they are because I'm still
Entfernung
finishing this
8,
turn.
3. 6 Meter.
That's... Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Los.
Let me see if this is another AJ cassette. Or is it this one? Nope, wrong one.
30 Sekunden.
This one. This one. Alright, let's see if we can watch it happen.
20 Sekunden.
There it is. There it is.
10 Sekunden.
Another good hit. No duds today.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Astik geortet.
Äußerste Kraft zurück.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Alright, so how many did I... It's 2 Liberties, the tanker, and this guy who's not sunk yet. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Four torpedoes, is that all? Yeah, it was only 4 torpedoes. 3 from the stern,
Tor 1 geladen.
1 from the bow. Alright. Now this is assuming that this guy actually is done for. Which I'm hoping he is.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Torpedo 1 gewartet.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Astik geortet. Gut gemacht! Ja! Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
That's the... It's this guy breaking. These... It's always one of these old destroyers. Trying to make up for their inadequacies with speed. That's all they got. Speed.
Schadensbericht. Kurs setzen.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Excellent. Alright.
Kurs setzen. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Well, what that means...
Tauchen auf 150 Meter.
It's time to pull a disappearance act. Should have done it earlier, I guess.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
Silent running, please. We should have been on blue lights this whole time, too. The game is a little bit weird about it. Let's save the game again for good measure. Because you never know these days. Ah, my friend, the bottom.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Lovely to see you in times like these. 120 or so. All right. Yeah, they have no clue. If you guys want to sleep, you can go ahead.
Geräusche direkt über uns.
So his timing works out, so I should be able to do a second attack tonight. As usual. The escorts went north, the convoy went west. Alright. That nighttime attack will be very easy. Then I'll let him get a little farther away. All right. Is that... Yeah, that's all 4 of them. Okay. Good stuff. You want me to build a Franken submarine?
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
I think we need to narrow the technological window a little bit. Like, what's the context? Do I have nuclear power or not? Do I want to have nuclear power? Well, there's pros and cons.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige.
But like, what are my objectives? Who am I going up against? What environment am I operating in? These are all very important questions.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Lost City of Atlantis. Open up another can of worms there.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
If we narrow it specifically to
Kleine Fahrt
the Second World
voraus.
War, I think the ideal would be you want German engines, I think, and motors. Because they're a little bit easier to
Diese Koordinaten setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
deal with. I think the way that the engines are clutched to the motors, which are clutched to the propellers, is very simple. And I think on like the American boats, for example, it's a lot more annoying to deal with. Like if you want to go into reverse, for example, it's more of a procedure.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Preserved pork. I don't have room for all that. We'll be okay. And the other bonus of German engineering is that you could take snorkel, which is very useful, obviously.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
But I wouldn't take... Well, I don't know, maybe you would take German torpedoes, particularly because they're the ones who came up with the Soundkönig. But the Soundkönig only works in like very specific circumstances. It's not that useful. But I think the question is, like, do you want to go with the... Hang on 1 second. 5? No. 4. Really need I'm glad they reworked the import UI, but that wasn't the one that needed it, I don't think.
Halbe Fahrt, voraus.
So the question is, I think, would you want to take British sonar, which was active sonar, after a certain point?
Kurs setzen.
I think they were the first to put active sonar on a submarine. I mean, they came up with the idea of a hunter-killer sub in the First World War, even. And of course, they're the only ones who ever got a sub-on-sub submerged kill. But if you want to go that route, then it maybe would be British sonar. Later on, the Germans did put active sonar. I think the Type 21s were supposed to have active sonar. The idea being you wouldn't even have to use your periscope, especially coupled with the T5s. But again, that's mainly in a convoy raiding role, which is really what the T5s are optimized for. Because, like, you really can, even with World War II active and passive sonar, you pretty much can shoot somebody with a T5 without even seeing them, which is nice, and they were going to maybe lean into that, but the war didn't last long enough. But if you want to do it more hunter-killer style, I don't know. Why are you coming this way, pal? That's a completely different tanker. That's not even associated with the convoy. Well, shit.
Kurs setzen.
Alright.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kanoi.
Got me in the middle of loading. I do think you want the amenities of an American boat, though, because, you know, ice cream machine never goes amiss, if you ask me. And they're a little bit more roomier. But I don't think, like, you can't just say, oh, I want German diving depths with American roominess, because that's not, like, these two things are kind of at odds with each other. Because if you make a bigger boat with the same thickness of pressure hull, it will not be able to dive as deep. Yeah, they weren't supposed to have ice cream machines on the American submarines, but since when have the words "supposed to" ever stopped an American from doing something?
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kanoi.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige.
Sinkendes Wrack, 15 Grad.
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kanoi.
Kurs auf diese
You know, I just realized, why am I even doing this?
Natürlich, Herr Kanoi.
This thing is completely undefended.
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt,
Who cares?
Herr Kanoi.
Rohr 5 geladen. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kanoi.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Kurs setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kanoi.
Everyone gets an ice cream cone. I don't know if they had the toppings, though. So, like, in the Pacific, obviously the
Bestätige.
ice cream is a real force multiplier in a place like that. Fuck. Oh boy. There is a recent save. There is a recent save. After I took care of all that business. But, the ice cream machines are supposed to be for the bigger ships. The carriers and the battleships and that kind of stuff. And there's stories of, I forget which carrier. I forget which carrier, but is taking a while to sink, so they're like in the process of abandoning ship. But you know, the ship's not going down immediately, so they're like filling up their helmets with ice cream from the ice cream machine. And taking that with them into the lifeboats. Well, I guess that's just life now. That's just life now. The game just crashes every so often. All right. Did not lose any progress this time, though, which is good. But yeah, I can just sink this guy. Yeah, place your bets now. Like I can just shoot this guy. It's no problem. Doesn't have any guns.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, what do you know? Gotta win sometimes.
Kurs setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Stream is safe. I'll believe that when I see it.
Kurs setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
The stream is safe, but I'm concerned about my save file. think. I think that was over, actually.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige.
There we go. There we go. That's all we needed. 15 rounds? Or maybe it was 14. Very good.
Telegramm gesendet.
John Goose? Okay. 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 Alright, if I have to prove it to you. You know, Teresa's been reading about John Goose. Jan Hus, 1369, 1415. Sometimes anglicized as John Goose or John Hus. I didn't make this up, okay? This is a real thing. I find this very funny. That's what it's anglicized as, sometimes. Yeah, and the sort of family tree goes Wycliffe. I think there's even somebody before Wycliffe that people point to sometimes, but... I saw, when I was over there, well, a number of early vernacular translations of the Bible, which, of course, were very controversial at the time. But then when Henry VIII did his thing, everybody was forced to get a vernacular Bible. So all the churches had to change their Bibles and start preaching in English. Anyway, so he is preaching in Prague when we're doing this, during the events of that game. So that's good. Oh, that's spoilers there. We don't need to get into that. Did his thing. I mean, y'all know what I'm talking about. We don't have to spell it all out again. I like how they're loading a Phantom torpedo now, after I loaded the save. It's funny.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
I mean, that happens surprisingly often for the media I consume. It's like, well, I know where this is headed.
Alle Maschinen stoppen.
Like, I don't know exactly what's gonna happen on the way there, but... Like, when you watch Titanic, you know, it's kind of hard not to be spoiled on what happens in Titanic. That's a little tough.
Telegramm gesendet.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Okay, they're done loading that fish. So let me... First of all... move some ammunition up.
Alle Maschinen
No, no.
stoppen.
Stop. Oh, you know... Vegetables? I'll take vegetables. Too soon. Too soon to make jokes about Titanic. Yeah, it's unsinkable. No issues. What is that? 114 years now? Still too soon. Hello, Crazy Diamond.
Tor 5 geladen. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Perfect. Full on replacement parts again. Alright. Let's get after these guys.
Kurs auf diese
It's
Koordinaten.
now 3:30 p.m.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Oh, the temperature of the water, yeah. That's cool. Literally cool. Quite cool. Cold even.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Alright, let's get loading. So we got 5 left in the back total.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Seems like they're going straight to Halifax, so tonight is gonna be like my last chance to get at him, probably. Broke 100,000 on this campaign. That's good. I don't know what the third goal is, but we'll definitely be making some inroads on that as well. Okay, good. Okay, good. Game saved. It's all we're fine. Everything's fine. It's all good. Okay. Okay. I'm worried there for a second.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
There's one destroyer there. And seems like there's two ships lined up there or something. There's another destroyer, okay. So they're not undefended. But they're less defended than they were.
Kurs setzen.
There's one left back there. And we only need to load one more. So we've got full internal load and then 3 more, so that's 15 total. Cool. Lots of fish. I need to grab some. Give me a second. It's T. No T this time. Well, there was T earlier, but T has been drunk. Is this normally like this? Up in the air? I haven't noticed that before. Interesting. The end of this cable is also not attached. Very strange. That could be a bug with the different model of conning tower. Like the conning tower changes the height at which it is attached up here or something. That's fun. That reminds me of back when we don't have this issue on the Type 9, which is nice. Although this doesn't really look right if you compare it to the Gruppenhochgerät that is very visible on E505. This doesn't look the same at all. But anyway, when the Type 2 came out, the full release, you would install the hydrophone upgrade, and it would be floating in space out here because it wasn't meant to be installed on such a small boat. So it'd be floating out here. It's a good time. That's what this reminds me of. But yeah, I didn't notice that until now. I think this is only the second patrol with this conning tower.
Konvoi in Sicht! Peilung! 65 Grad!
So that destroyer is like in the convoy. I mean, it's kind of on this side of it. So would I want to attack from this starboard side? I have an idea.
Kurs setzen.
I have an idea.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Wait for darkness to fall. this idea does require darkness.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung. 340 Grad.
Okay.
Kurs setzen. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
It is nice and calm, which helps. So a surface attack won't be too big of an issue. 268. I assume that's what they're still on. Yep. We just do this for no particular reason. Alright. Of course, it's never going to happen when I'm taking precautions. Only when it will actually cause problems.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Alright, let's get in there. Let's get in there. Moon and everything.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung. 355 Grad.
So the plan here is there's a dual purpose to this. One is to pick off the straggler, which is always a good thing to do. The other thing is to be my own distraction.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
But we're good. We're good.
3, 4, 6, 1 Meter.
it's not as... It's darker than it looks because darker nights are off at the moment. Could compare, I suppose. That's the wrong. It's not that much darker.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 2, 3, 7 Meter.
What did I figure for them before? 7.8. Let me just...
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Let me just eyeball it here.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Still going back. Or no, it was like 8.8, right? I remember that now.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 9 Knoten.
Alright, the angle here should be 10 left.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 1, 1, 0, Bug links.
Yeah, we're actually pretty
Schussunterlagen
close.
aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 3, 2, 5 Meter.
It'll be about 2 kilometers by the time we're actually lined up. It's really deceptive sometimes. Silhouette. Okay.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 1, 1, 6 Meter.
2,000 meters. I guess we don't really need to be at action stations. I'm gonna try for another UKD. We go for 7.5 because these guys are a little bit deeper. But if this duds out, then we'll have to come back in again. So, let's do it.
Los.
And then, get the fuck out of here. That was taste. Which, to be quite honest, might not be fast enough, but we'll see.
Kurs setzen.
We'll just have to see. We got 2 minutes. Now we got 1 minute to get out of here.
Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Fehlschuss. Treffer.
Yeah.
Feuer andeckt.
Yeah, I had my doubts.
Schwere Schäden.
I had my doubts it was a miss. Alright, that's another. It's another good hit. Still no duds this stream. Just crashes. So my hope is that we'll pull the 2 destroyers away from their duties.
Funkspruch erhalten. Funkspruch erhalten.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
Oh boy. I had to fucking say it, didn't I? Had to say the C word. And this is exactly what I wanted to happen too. But now I'll have to do it all over again. I really can't detect a rhyme or reason to it. It just seems to happen. Feels like it's getting more frequent too. John Goose. All right. Come for the submarines, stay for the theology. I should really start keeping track of the times that these happen. John Goose Jr. That's a good name. That's like a... like that sounds like somebody's like made up tag. Like somebody's screen name, you know? The artist formerly known as John Goose. Something like that. So when was the last... 143. So there should have been an autosave at 158. Except maybe I preempted that by quick saving. I don't know. But regardless, so it crashed like exactly 10 minutes after this quick save. Which is not. Doesn't seem like a connection there. In the past, I was thinking maybe it's crashing because it's trying to save. But the timing does not line up for that. In this case, anyway. Let me go a little bit wider on this time. Can a woman be a junior? That's a great question. A woman is fully capable of being second or third or whatever. Like Elizabeth II, for example. That's established.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 355 Grad.
Yeah, I don't know. So like in the old days, it was fairly common for, I think, usually like the second son.
Aktualisieren.
For whatever reason.
2670 Meter.
At least that's how it was in America in like the early 20th century, I think. It would be common for the second son, or maybe sometimes the first son, I don't know, to be named after the father, and then they would often just be called Junior. That was what people called them. That was their name. His name. In those cases.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 9 Knoten.
But that doesn't happen so much anymore. Like, it feels like directly naming people after yourself has kind of fallen out of fashion. Which is probably a good thing.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 110 Bug links.
Like, it's much more likely that you'll pull a name from further back, like a grandparent or a great-grandparent or something. Or you'll go with a middle name, like a name that's been in the family for a long time. We'll just throw that in there as the middle name, and then it continues on. Anyway, not sure what I'm talking about anymore. Yes, that's very common. And we have a lot of those names that are sort of frozen in time
Aktualisieren.
from whenever the custom changed.
9 Meter.
You know,
Rohr 1 bewässern.
so you have a whole family whose family name is Olsen, because there was some guy named Oli back in the day. That's where it all starts.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 2, 3, 9, 1 Meter. Los. Kurs setzen. Kurs setzen. Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Fehlschuss. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Feuer an Deck.
Still no duds, just crashes.
Rohr 1 geladen.
One name that all the males had either as a first name or a middle name, yeah. Yeah, that, I feel like that's pretty common. Middle name is a way to keep the name around without directly having two people with the same names. Which, by the way, I really think, like my personal opinion, the kings and queens of England specifically, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. It probably happens in other places too, but I don't know why they have to do the same fucking name for 4 times in a row. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why do you have like 3 Henrys and then 3 Charleses or whatever? Well, no, that never happened. It was 3 Henrys, 2 Charleses, 2 Johns. Like, come on. You can't have that many Edwards in a row. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. Same thing with Richards and Georges. Oh my god. They just can't get away from George. I don't understand. And a lot of times that's not even their name. They just pick George once they get coronated. And it's the name they rule under. And it's like, what? You gotta have the same name as the previous one? Let's get a little variety in here. Come on. Like, variety's the spice of life. Come on now. Have a little courage. Have a little, you know?
Besatzung, evakuiert das Schiff.
It's good. Yeah, the popes. Okay, well, you fucking started it now. I feel like the popes do a better job of not having the same name so many times in a row. Peter, Linus, Cletus, Clement, Evaristus. This is the Peter, by the way, first pope. Rock of the church. No repeats. I mean, there are repeats, but they're not consecutive. Marcellinus and then Marcellus? Interesting. It's close. But I think we're doing a pretty good job. I think the popes are a little bit, they're okay with not living under the shadow of their immediate predecessor. Probably, maybe because they aren't related. You have John the First in 523. But then you have 3 more guys before you have John the Second. Come on now. Oh, but this guy maybe doesn't count because he's Byzantine. Anyway. Okay. Boniface. 2 in a row. This is the first time. First time this happened. And then another Boniface 2 after that. Like, okay, we need to calm down a little bit on the Bonifaces. But otherwise... Okay, here's 2 Johns in a row. Okay. John, that's understandable. John the Baptist, you know, I get it. 2 Gregorys, okay, fair enough. 2 Stephens. And then another one. And then another one. Okay, there's some pairs in here. Lots of Stephens. Lots of Stephens. Are these... Depending whether you think Leo the Eighth should count, then these might be 2 consecutive Johns again. Same thing with these Benedicts. And these Johns. Okay, another pair. Still though, they're only in pairs. There's no triples. That's a lot of Johns though. John the 19th. Fuck. We're only like halfway through. Haven't had any repeats in a while. It does depend on who you think should actually count, though. This is where we're in the 2-year period without a valid pope elected. Great times. But this is where you have one in Avignon and one in Rome. That's the KCD situation. But by the time the Hussite Wars actually kick off, it's Martin. Martin V. There are 2 Benedict the 14ths. Great. Awesome. They aren't pope for very long. Yeah, you gotta be pretty old already to get elected pope, I think. Fortunately. It's less than 2 years. You guys seen Conclave, by the way? Great movie. 2 Piuses. Understandable. We're doing better. 21 years on that guy. We've also managed to do away with a lot of the gray ones after this point. Post-Reformation. We've managed to calm things down a little bit. That's good to see. Okay, 2 Piuses. Fair enough. 2 John Pauls in a row. I didn't know he was Polish. Fucking Chicagoan. Alright, anyway. What was I trying to prove? Pope Joan? What do you mean, Pope Joan? I've heard about this. Purportedly reigned as a popess for 2 years during the Middle Ages. But yeah, I think... How are we doing in here, by the way? You guys sync yet? No?
Halbe Fahrt, voraus. Kurs setzen.
Alright. Pope Joan. Yeah, I don't think it's regarded as a thing that actually happened these days. I'm not sure what the whole story is there. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, here we go. Ethelred the Unready. Harold Godwinson. What a man. And here we go already. Really? William? Come on. Be more escape your father's shadow. I mean, it's fair enough if he named you that, but... And okay, see, here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Edward the First, Edward the Second, Edward the Third. Come on, guys. Variety is the spice of life. Alright? Wait, can't we space out the Edwards a little bit more? You know what I mean? Just be a little bit more imaginative. And here we go again. The initial Henrys were spread out pretty good. That's interesting. But by the time you get here, it's Henry the Fourth, Henry the Fifth, Henry the Sixth. Come on, guys. Come on. And you have this guy, and then right after him, Henry the Seventh. Or no. No, I made that up. Henry the Seventh is down here. This is all Wars of the Roses shit, so it's very confusing. So Henry the Sixth had 2 reigns. It was Henry the Sixth and Henry the Seventh. You could argue. The same king reigns twice, does he? Do you have to take a new regnal name? Yeah, I'm sure it's the same. It's just certain names that keep repeating. It's surprising how few Williams there have been, though. But perhaps they don't really like to remember that the modern country of the state of England was founded by a Frenchman. Perhaps we're not trying to remember that too hard. I mean, you can argue about who the fuck William was, whether he was French or Norse or whatever. But then 2 Edwards in a row, two Henrys in a row, and another Edward. Lady Jane Grey. Real shame. Real shame. It's Gustav, Eric, and Carl. Yeah, I'll bet. I'll bet. Okay, so here. The Stuarts are a little better for it, I think, because Charles II is named after his father, but because James, Charles, and then you got this shit. Charles, then James again. Okay. Would have made more sense if it was James, Charles, but whatever. William III. And Anne, can't forget that one. Oh, this is good. What is the y-axis supposed to be? Whatever. Yeah, disputed. Jane Grey isn't on a lot of the lists, but like my opinion on that. I think if Edward V counts, then Jane Grey counts. That's my hot take of the day. The Prince in the Tower, murdered as a child, not for who he was or anything he did, but for, you know, the faction that had rallied behind him. Basically killed because Richard III was concerned that if the other faction came to power, then they would kill him, so bit of a problem there. Anyway, I'm just saying, you know, this could use a little more creativity in the medieval period. Do we need that many Edwards in a row? Like, can we come up with something else, maybe? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Natürlich, Herr Karol.
They fucking left. Wow. Well, that was a good strat then. Yeah, they're gone. Interesting. Let me go deal with this quick then.
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Karol.
Torpedo 6 gewartet. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Karol.
About Bill?
Sinkendes
Well, Bill is short for William.
Uhr 1 gewartet.
That's what we should call him, Bill the Bastard,
Alle Maschinen stopp.
instead of William the Bastard. Be funny. Oh, it is officially sunk. That's good. Well, I can't take either of those foods because of the way the Tetris works out. Yeah, well,
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen.
let's move on
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. Funktelegramm gesendet.
and save the game. Don't forget that. So these guys, I believe, are now completely unescorted.
Große Fahrt voraus. Torpedo 5 gewartet. Torpedo 3 gewartet. Torpedo 6 gewartet. Torpedo 1 gewartet.
Wird erledigt, Herr Karol.
Is this Liberty that's fallen behind? Interesting. No escorts. My ducks are in a row,
Ist als erledigt, Herr
it
Karol.
would seem. Ellis? Now we're thinking. Ellis the First. We could do with a... I think we could do with a Rupert, maybe? There was a Prince Rupert during the Civil War period. But never a king.
Torpedo 5 geortet. Torpedo 3 geortet. Torpedo 4 geortet.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kanal.
The bear? What bear? First guy's really far ahead. I think I should open with an attack on these guys in the middle. What's left of the formation, perhaps, you could say. Rupert the Bear with the scarf. I'm not sure if I can help you with that one.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
He's friends with a badger in a suit. What is this, Wind in the Willows? Oh. Fair enough. I mean, it sounds like a good time. Close them down a little bit more. And let's go to action stations.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation!
Dafür haben wir trainiert. Wir werden das gemeinsam durchstehen.
Well, that's very close.
Kurs 271.
I mean, we could try. Shit angle, but it's not that far. And of course, with the magnetics, the angle does not matter. That's 2 kilometers. How about you? That's incorrect. That's a central mast. Also 2 kilometers. Thanks. Been a big help. But of course, the oblique angle, the one ahead, that runtime will be longer. I just don't know exactly how long. So. And I mean, this guy, I can hit him. Vicksburg. What's with the Civil War battle names? Don't understand. Maybe I could compromise if I get ahead. Then, well, I have to get really far ahead. Let's just assume the same speed. It's been the same every time so far. This is 80 starboard.
Aktualisieren. Lage 80 Bug rechts.
Shit. Did not have the right guy selected.
Aktualisieren.
Oh, I'm actually still on a slightly divergent course, right?
9 Meter.
Give me a second. I want to be a little bit further away. Alright.
Kurs 268.
There we go. What do you think? 100, 110, 20, 130?
Aktualisieren. Lage 130 Bug rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
I guess it's fine.
Entfernung
I'm
zum
just...
Ziel.
And it's not that far.
7 Meter.
I'm not concerned about the impact angle, I'm concerned about the solution, because when you're on a oblique angle like this and the torpedo has to chase them down, then that pushes the solution further and further away, and the errors get magnified the further back you are on their bow. But should be fine. So we're not that far away.
Fahrt
Slow down.
voraus. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 712 Meter.
And I'm getting nervous about the game, so can do that real quick. All good to go. Alright. Angle on bow should be, yeah, 70 right there. Still.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Does this tell me at any
Entfernung zum
point
Ziel. 2302 Meter.
what the runtime is expected to be? I don't think so. It's unfortunate. I think there is a way you can work it out with this. With this. But I ain't figuring that shit out right now. I'll just guesstimate. So what I've been doing so far is that, like, I've mainly been setting up perpendicular shots. Then the range to the target is pretty close to the torpedo run distance. So I've just been using that. But when you're working at these extreme angles, that isn't always the case. What I will look at is doesn't it tell me somewhere? Torpedo course. What does that say? 2.6 something? I don't know, man.
Torpedo 4 gewartet. Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 2, 1.
So that's going to be 2.5
9
minutes
Meter.
at least, I think.
Rohr 1 bewässern.
Here goes nothing.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Los.
Okay, good. That's just the weather report, nothing to worry about.
Eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Rohr 5 bewässern.
Also go magnetic.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel.
This is the same distance.
2 Meter.
Of course, the parallax isn't gonna come around. So this one's gonna be late, but it's life, I suppose.
Los. Äußerste Kraft voraus. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 760 Meter. Rohr 2 bewässern.
So I should be firing this one when he says 40 seconds. That's when I should fire. And so we're at 1.5 minutes.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
Okay. Well, that means it's a 3-minute run. Guess we'll see how it turns out.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 762 Meter. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Los!
I'm not very confident, but
40 Sekunden bis
you know.
Torpedoeinschlag. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 20 Sekunden.
Who is?
30 Sekunden. 30 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Treffer. 20 Sekunden. Schwere Schäden. 20 Sekunden.
That's the one I was most concerned about.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Those two are lined up perfectly. Second two.
Treffer. Treffer. Schwere
Okay. Oh, fucking. No duds, only crashes. Let me write those down. That is now 30 hits with the magnetic fuses. And 4 duds. So that's like coming down to like a 10% dud rate at that point. 4 out of 34 total. It's approaching 10%. It's not there yet. It's still a little bit above. But yeah, that'll do. I will say, I have not yet had an Under-Keel detonation on a cargo ship. In this campaign, in this build of the game, with the realistic sinking physics settings, and all these fucking caveats to get through. But I've not yet had an Under-Keel detonation. Or something close to an Under-Keel detonation. A lot of times they're not quite all the way under, but still doing more damage. Every single time he has said serious damage. So that by itself I think, demonstrates that they do in fact do more damage.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
And so far it's been pretty much one hit, one kill. As long as it doesn't dud out. Let's move in on this tanker.
Kurs setzen. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Langsame Fahrt voraus. Rohr 2 geladen.
Yeah, they both abandoned ship.
Kurs
Cool.
auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 0 Grad.
Kurs setzen.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 25 Grad.
Interesting. Just about when I'm done, when I'm finished up with this one. More targets out there.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7 Knoten.
Yeah, okay.
Langsame Fahrt zurück.
Eine Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
Sie gehen unter.
Shit. I... Tell you what though, I can do a fixed wire. But it seems like they're booking it.
Rohr 5 bewässern.
152 and a half. Shit. "31 seconds. That is 9.5 knots. So
Schussunterlagen
I guess I could shoot my shot. Maybe.
Lage 9
Anyway.
5 Bug rechts. Entfernung 7 7 8 Meter. Aktualisieren.
We'll see what happens.
Gegnerfahrt 9 Knoten. Torpedorohr 6 gewartet. Los!
Okay. It's a big ship.
Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
It's a big ship. It's hard to miss.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. Treffer. Feuer an Deck.
Okay.
Schwere Schäden.
Angle wasn't ideal, but again, it's a big ship. If it was a smaller ship, that might have missed. Alright. Let me lock that in. Make sure that doesn't get taken away.
Sie sind gut gemacht. Rohr 5 geladen. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Okay, so what's the deal with this? $271?
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Maybe he said it's a convoy because he hears all the fucking lifeboats or whatever. That happens sometimes. I don't know. I'm not convinced. There they are. Taking their sweet time.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Kleine Fahrt zurück. Hüllenbruch. Sie sinken.
That's all four. And then there was one.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Sinkendes Wrack. 70 Grad.
Okay, they straightened out.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
They straightened out.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Let me...
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 1, 3, 9, 5 Meter. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 4, 5 rechts. Geschwindigkeit 7 Knoten. Rohr 5 bewässern. Rohr 5 bewässern. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Alright, these guys are 135 meters. Twenty 6 seconds. 10 knots? Surely not. Can't be right.
Torpedo R4 gewartet.
Strange. I guess they're booking it.
Schussunterlagen
I guess now that the
aktualisieren.
convoy's gone, they don't see any reason to maintain the convoy speed.
Knoten.
Alright. But they have straightened out. They're no longer evading.
Aktualisieren.
Which of course
Entfernung zum Ziel.
helps.
819 Meter.
That's gonna be less than that.
Schussunterlagen
But that is
aktualisieren.
looking
Lage
pretty good.
703 Bug rechts. Los.
Was not set for depth. That's the one thing I forgot to do. It is the magnetic fuse, but not set for depth. That's my bad.
20 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Set at 1 meter because that's what I have for the tanker.
Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Feuer an Deck.
All right.
Schwere Schäden.
Not sure if I should count that one. But I mean, it was set to magnetic. What I don't know is if... Does it... Like if the magnetic fuse is not triggered, but then the torpedo hits something, then will the impact fuse trigger? That's what I don't know, because I know some real torpedoes work that way. But I'll count it as a win for the MZ. Okay, this is real. This is real. 271. 80 kilometers plus. It's good to know. That's my next target, I suppose. Sie gehen unter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Und wir gehen über.
Kurs setzen.
At all 5.
Kurs setzen. Auf die
None remained.
Wechsel.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Where are...
Kurs setzen.
It's the only one I can see at the moment.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Alle Maschinen, stopp! Torpedo 6 gewartet.
Well, if I'm gonna have a stack of valuables, then might as well have a stack of valuables. Know what I'm saying?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
And that's a stack of valuables right there. Okay. Okay. Alright. We should secure from action stations. It's important. Okay.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Kurs auf
I
diese
guess.
Koordinaten setzen.
Well, we'll see.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Kurs setzen.
Bestätige.
Kurs setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Kurs setzen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Sinkendes Fahren. 340 Grad.
Yeah, it's the Empire. I don't think I got room for those. Yeah, no. And the annoying thing is I can't move this little stack into here to use it up because there's no free space. You can't switch things. Can't do it. It's annoying.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Kurs setzen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Kurs setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
I see him.
Sinkendes Fahren.
Fuck.
340 Grad.
Classic misclick. Alright. I suppose we can take the canned meat. But this is still
Herr Kaloy,
here. There we go.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
That's good. We like
Kurs
that.
auf diese
That's
Koordinaten
Jawohl, ich
setzen.
kümmere mich darum.
a good thing to have done.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
Kurs setzen.
There's one there and one here. Yeah, this is the tanker. Oh, more canned meat on the tanker. Interesting.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
On the last boat. And that is 23 college degrees. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to have that many. I think it was just supposed to be for the Operation Cape Town mission, but here we are. Reputation.
Herr Kapitän.
That's what it's called. Oh, okay. When you said canned meat, you said canned meat. Okay. Okay. That's, I like that, especially with all these extra mouths to feed. Yeah, the guys in the lifeboats don't need it. They're only like 100 miles from Halifax. They'll be fine. They'll get found by a Catalina in the morning. Canned meat is the definition of needs must. I mean,
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
I think it depends on what kind of meat it is. Canned, well, Spam is pretty normal. That's, I mean, I'm not advocating Spam as any kind of pillar of the diet, but, it's a thing people have on a regular basis. Hawaiians, at least.
Sinkendes Fach. Reitender Fahrt.
But yeah, I think it's actually more common these days to have canned,
Kurs setzen.
seafood, like tuna
Halbe Fahrt
or
voraus.
crab or something. I think that's more common. "24 days. Alright, we got torpedoes to load too. Don't do two at once. Don't do two at once, because then they switch between the tasks and do neither. Right.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Sponsored by Spam. I mean, if you told me I had to go on a boat like this, and survive for weeks, potentially months at a time, especially if there's no refrigeration, I'm not against spam. Not at all. Speaking of monetization, just fucking cold open. HelloFresh. I'm kidding. What I mean to say is, I feel I should address somewhere because I don't really do announcements, aren't really my thing. But the main YouTube channel has surpassed 1,000 subscribers, which means it's now monetized. So, thank you all for making that happen. And it's been like, obviously it's the main reason is the tutorials and stuff for this game, because tutorials, turns out, are actually useful. People actually use those. Who knew? But it's been like a week, or maybe 10 days, and it got $5 already, so, you know, it's paying a lot better than Twitch, that's for sure.
355 Grad.
Oh, hello. Look who it is.
Kurs setzen.
you want a Gwent tutorial? Yeah, I'll work on that.
Direkt voraus.
That's a lot. Why? Color me confused. But anyway, so the interesting thing is, and I've heard other people say this, YouTube Premium is very good for creators, specifically, because it pays more than ads, basically, which might sound strange considering it's like not very much money that you're giving YouTube, and you can watch however many things you want, but the amount of YouTube you have to watch before your watch time starts paying less than the ads is like astronomical. So it's interesting. So like the YouTube Premium is... It's like a quarter of the views, which is surprising that it's that much. But it's half of the revenue. So I guess this pays double. Or thereabouts. Which is very interesting. But it's not like I'm in this for the money. Doing this unpaid for a very long time. Shit. Shit. No. No, I didn't mean it. Fuck. That's my bad. That's my bad. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just hang out up here. That's all good.
Kurs setzen.
So it's either one ginormous convoy or it's like several convoys rolled up into one. I'm not sure which.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
So this merchant here is sailing independently. It's pretty clear. At this point.
170 Grad.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Two left in the back. No reloads. And 7 up front. 9 total. Alright.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Oh, thank God.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten.
Well, while we're just sitting here, let me get a course on this guy. Already went past.
Kurs setzen. Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Don't tell them they just started that task over. They did. They just started over for no
Kurs
reason.
setzen.
Lovely. .276, I think. That's what we can call it. Which is what, 96?
Kurs 96. Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
. . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Jawohl, weiter geht's.
Okay.
Kleine
Okay.
Fahrt voraus.
Almost done.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
It's taking so long. I think it takes long because he's by himself, but I don't want to assign any sailors because if I touch that, then they usually restart the entire task.
Kleine Fahrt
Okay,
voraus.
it's done. It's done. Thank God.
Kurs setzen.
Natürlich,
Yeah,
Herr
let's go
Kaloy.
to 006.
Kurs 5.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Kurs 6.
Perpendicular. And submerge.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Heigung 260 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Heigung 275 Grad.
$3,400. I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all that. The measurements are all a little suspect with these guys anyway.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 3, 8, 9 Meter.
You know, I'll tell you what I will do. I'm just gonna time the range change. Because I am not doing anything to contribute to the range change at the moment. The range rate.
Kurs 6. Kleine Fahrt zurück.
1 minute. Stop for the moment.
Stopp.
2 minutes. 3 minutes. And 15 seconds. 21.99. So pretty much 9 knots. Alright.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 9.
Now I'll just get
Knoten.
close enough that any potential errors will not matter.
Aktualisieren.
I mean, I'm going to be too close at this rate, but
Bug rechts.
that's my bad, Karl Heinz. That's I should have been on top of that. Not even at action stations. I should be able to get that done in time.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 9, 7, 5 Meter. Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage.
Here's a trick. Let me flood one of the ones I'm not going to use. Just to get the gyro pointed in the right direction.
2, verbessern.
Karl Heinz, yeah.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Well known as one of the 57 different ways to spell Karl. Something, I don't know. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 7, 7, rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 9,
Now we're synchronized.
2, 9 Meter. Winkel 8, 0. Bug rechts.
Los.
Okay. Who needs action stations?
30 Sekunden. Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Torpedoversager.
Okay. Okay. We got one. Finally.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzt.
Finally. We got a dud. Turn to
Kurs
course.
6. Große Fahrt voraus. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 7, 0, 5 Meter. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage
Is
1,
that correct?
3, 0. Bug rechts.
Yeah, 130.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 7, 0, 2 Meter.
Los!
Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 20 Sekunden. Treffer.
That one worked.
Schwere Schäden.
Okay, so that is now 5 duds in the history of using magnetics on this campaign. And 32 hits. So 5 divided by 37, that is a 13.5% dud rate so far. Which, it hasn't really been that way this stream, but that's the average.
Tor 2 gelandet.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Raumgeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Teilung 165 Grad.
Come on, you know you want to.
Kurs setzen.
Shit.
Kurs setzen.
Let me plot this real quick. 270. To 30. Yeah, they're still close. Headed towards me, I believe. Alright.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe?
Oh, I can actually see the smoke now. Gotcha.
Auf diese Motoren wechseln. Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Well, let's wrap this up then.
Kurs setzen. Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Yeah, it's officially not sunk yet. At least those guys are still a ways off. Yeah, it's still pretty far. There we go. Brook.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
I don't got room for those.
Halbe Fahrt
And no room for
voraus.
more survivors either. Let me, well, I'm directly
Kleine
ahead of them,
Fahrt
so
voraus.
we can just let them come to us. So that's 5. Plus 2, 7. Because I had to spend 2 on this guy. Alright. I am going to, well, I'm going to save the game first. So, it's really funny how when I'm taking those precautions, the game doesn't crash. So, that's interesting. But yeah, I need to take a break, and then we'll get into this convoy. Or rather, they're gonna come right to us. I don't have to move at all. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. How close are they really? Oh, they're hull up. Some of them. That is fucking ginormous. It almost looks like two side by side, but I'm not sure. Might as well go under.
Tauchen auf. 5 Meter.
Go to blue. Looks like I got all these extra. You know, it's funny with 23 survivors, you got you're like closer to the historically correct complement. Which 23 plus plus 27. There's exactly 50 people on this boat with all those survivors, which is pretty close to the historical crew. 50 is like a high number, like if you have a few extra, like an officer under instruction or something like that. Or more standard would be like 45 or something. High 40s, maybe. But anyway, with all these people breathing air, we've only got 5 hours and 40 minutes. That's with blue lights. And of course they eat food too, so kind of breaking the game, but pretty soon I won't need any more reputation, so won't have to do that anymore. Anyway. Headed pretty much due east, as you'd expect. I see a lot of liberties. Lot of fucking liberties, man. That's almost directly. Five. Literally due east is what they're doing. 090. Literally due east. All right. It almost does seem like, because these guys are like further back. Kind of almost seems like it is two that are amalgamated into one. One here, and then the other is slightly further back into starboard. but it's hard to say for sure. What I'm not seeing very many of is escorts. But I'm not gonna complain about that.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
If they're steering due east, I'll steer due north. Like the square that I am.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
That might be an escort. And these, wow, these would be that. No, that's a cargo ship. That's a Liberty way back there, I think. Let me line up on this guy. Alright, I am quite simply gonna park here and time the range rate. It's a little hard to a little hard to get the range when they're still hull down, so give it a minute. Probably shoot him now. Wrong way. Something like that. 10,000 meters. You got it. Good save to have. 2 minutes. It's hard to say. $98.46. That doesn't seem like very much. That gives me 1.9 knots. The distant split image measurements are always a little bit suspect, because you're trying to extrapolate a lot of data from very little data. Very small angle. Oh shit, I missed it. $92.77. Seven, 8, 9. I don't know. Something like that. 87.50. So now that's from the previous one, which also wasn't very good. Now we're up to 5.3 knots. Okay. Well, there's one escort that I can see. But that's about it. Very strange. Next one's at 13 minutes. Oh yeah, sure. They're behind me. Yep. What are you trying to make me look? I mean, we all know that's where they are. So that is a much more realistic measurement. .36 knots. Much more realistic. So the next one would be what, 16, 15? 5. I don't know about that one, Chief. See, it's still very touchy. But that's, again, about 8, I think. .6. No, I mean, why would I look if we know they're there? What's the point of looking, you know? This is literally just this guy. I think it's a B class. Oh no, okay. Another one there. So that makes me think this is supposed to be the edge of one of the convoys. But it really isn't. That's not an escort. That could be, that isn't. Nope. This could be, but they're still not even hull up, so they're miles off. Not even mast up. Okay. When is the next one? 19. $1930. And we're at 18 right now. Okay. $66.72. That's not particularly confidence inspiring. That's not. We're still pretty far away by any standards. No ambush. Okay, good to know. Thanks for finding that out for me. So it would be 22:45. Okay, that is what, 6.6 knots? Yeah. But it's all just the error in the measurement, basically. Going back and forth. Yeah, we should have a magic 8-ball command. Or something. So the next one would be 26, I believe. 26 minutes. 25. 26. That seems like it's stabilizing. That gives me 5.2 knots. Not particularly helpful. And then we'd be at 29.15, I think. There is one? I didn't know that. .4 knots. Whatever it is, it's looking pretty slow, relatively speaking. So this should be 32, 30. That's 31, 32. Not quite perfectly aligned anymore. Or rather, we're close enough that you can now see my error in alignment. $42.69. $5.7. I suppose we could do one more. What the fuck would it be? 35, 45. Four. Five. $6.1. Here's a question. If I average across all of these observations. Oh my god, did I make 10? Well, technically 11, so there's 10 gaps. No, I didn't. I made... I made 12 observations. There's 11 gaps. Which means the number's gonna come out pretty low. I think we should stick with the fixed wire method, guys. I think that's a little bit easier. Even the way I've been doing it. But if I average across all of those observations, I get 5.8 knots. Which, if it is 6 point something, that's not too far off. So, you know.
Halbe Fahrt zurück.
That's enough of that. That's enough of that. I'd have to set up a magic 8-ball command. In stream avatars. What? What a mysterious situation.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Oh no, Nightbot. Okay. Well, Nightbot is the... That's where the coffee and the tea commands come from. And there's a weather command. If you want to know the weather in Belize or something. Just type that in. How far away are you? Hmm. Okay, let's just cheat for a second, just so we can appreciate what the fuck is going on here. Like, is this one convoy? I'm not convinced. These guys are kind of out by themselves. Yeah, you have to put in a location. Like, the North Pole or something. I don't think that gives you anything accurate. They really are going pretty slow, huh? See, there's these escorts here, which makes me think that's where the edge of a convoy is supposed to be. I don't even know, man. It seems like there might be a bunch of escorts behind, but nobody up front, so maybe things have been disturbed already. I don't know. $47? That's a great temperature, actually. If you ask me, when we were setting up the weather station in Labrador, at the beginning of the stream it was 9 degrees Celsius. $7-mile-per-hour wind? Nothing wrong with that. It's pretty nice, actually. Milan, also pretty nice. Not too hot, probably because it's... Well, no, it is daytime there. Really nice weather. And we have pretty nice weather here, to be fair. A little hot. Ooh, 59. That's close to the ideal.
eine Fahrt voraus.
Oh, that is very humid, you're right. But it's not too hot. Alright, after all that shit that I did, I'm just gonna fixed wire this shit. Little rain. And 63. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, they're very slow.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Very slow. That is 83 seconds. 3.4 knots, let's call it. So there. Add my 3 knots to it, and that gives you 6.4. Which pretty much lines up with what I was observing, actually. And yeah, they do. It does seem like they're going due east. .58, not bad. I guess the heat wave over there might have dissipated. the thing that happens every year where the British, among other Western European people, are wondering why they haven't picked up air conditioning from the Americans. Like it's right there. Free to put that in.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1,168 Meter.
But when there's only like a few weeks every year that you might even use it, it does make sense not to have it. It's just funny.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 6 Knoten.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
But it depends. And I mean, it's getting more frequent, right?
Aktualisieren.
Or at least it seems that way
6 0 Bug links.
in certain areas.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
So that's a kilometer away. You, sir. You are 4.3 kilometers. .5. Interesting. Humidity 17%. Love to see it. Am I closer to this guy than the one to starboard? I am. Okay, so this guy's last. This guy's second to last. I'm gonna go for 4. What else is here anyway? It's Liberties as far as the eye can see. There are escorts bringing up the rear, so I think they've been attacked already or something. Yeah. I don't see any tankers or anything, so. Okay. 6.4. This should be 60 starboard. Who cares? Who cares? It'll be different later. This guy. We gotcha. We gotcha. Then this guy. .4. The angle is perpendicular. Yeah, that's closer to what we've been having. For the high temperatures at least. Which it is daytime over there, so. So that's gonna be like 4 minutes, probably. This will be more than 4 minutes. They're gonna be... well... 83. Okay.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 8-3 links.
So they're...
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Entfernung zum Ziel 4, 3, 3, 1 Meter.
So that's gonna be close to 5 minutes, I think. Oh, they're 800 meters apart, so they're pretty much 1 minute apart, I think. And this is within range of the T3s. Let me save the game for no particular reason. And let's do it, I guess. Left themselves wide open here. I'm gonna take advantage of it.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 4, 3, 4, 3 Meter.
Los.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 3, 5, 1, 2 Meter.
Oh yeah, 40 degrees Celsius, which I think is just over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That is, that's the red line. That's the, we don't go outside when that happens. No thanks. I'll pass.
Los.
All right.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And then let's get the gyro set to the stern tubes here. So that's what we're gonna want. And that's maybe a minute 15 or something like that. Or maybe we could say it's just a minute. Because if anything, I want the ones I already fired to hit first. Which means I should fire this at 4 minutes or something like that.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
That is yeah, basically 5 minutes for that first one. Okay. Okay.
Aktualisieren.
So I'll fire this one a little bit before 4 minutes, maybe.
1, 6 Meter. Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 0, 9, 0 Meter.
All right, last one.
Sekunden bis Torpedo einschlagen.
not enough time for this. But that's okay.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
20 Sekunden.
You can turn.
Entfernung zum Ziel 7, 2, 2 Meter. 30 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Schwere Schäden. 30 Sekunden.
Come on, Gyro.
Bis Einschlag.
Come on, buddy.
20 Sekunden.
You can do it.
Links.
There we go. Aim behind because they slowed down. They slowed down for sure.
Feindliches Schiff getroffen.
Okay.
Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Schwere Schäden. Schwere Schäden.
This one get hit?
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Yes, they did. So that's 3 for 3 on those. Okay. Cool. Fort St. Elmo. I don't know what that is.
20 Sekunden.
But Malta is a very historically important location.
Bis Einschlag. Treffer.
There's also a lot of naval
Eingehendes Funktelegramm.
movies are filmed. I want to say the new Das Boot, the exterior, the mock-up they made. The new Das Boot is in Malta. And U-571, but we don't talk about that. Let me see. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I know they're coming, but only got 3 torpedoes left. I can use those up and then
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
we can disappear.
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Well, for the moment they have the zip code but not the address, so that's good.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1,
Geschwindigkeit 7 Knoten. Aktualisieren. Lage 4 7 links.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Rohr 1 bewässert. Alle Maschinen stopp.
It's only 5.4 knots. Interesting. Let's put in 6, maybe. Although it almost seems like they're speeding up as we speak. Not sure. Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be good.
Zum Ziel 1 1 0 7 Meter.
Just be a darling and turn to starboard, will ya? There we go. There's a good chap.
Entfernung 8 4 6 Meter.
Los.
Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
30 Sekunden. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Schwere Schäden.
It's another one. 5 for 5. The dead rate is dropping precipitously. But who knows, with these last two we might regress back to the mean. You never know.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Every single ship I've hit, though, has sunk. Some of them had to be finished off later, but they at least were immobilized. Yeah, this one too. Every single one. With the Under-Keel detonations I'm talking about. None of them have needed another torpedo, is my point. to, like, actually stop them. We save the game here. I'm getting nervous. You'll do.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 4 Knoten. Entfernung 2, 1.
Ways off here.
9 Meter. Aktualisieren. Lage 6, 5. Links. Rohr 3. Bewässert. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 1, 7, 1 Meter.
Hey guys. What's up? Sorry about that. That's, you know, that's war for you. Anyway, that did happen. Some occasionally on purpose.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung
Ramming the lifeboats.
7, 9 Meter.
Even in the First World War, which is surprising. But, you know, war brings out the, that's when you find out who the psychopaths are, right?
Los.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Feindliches Schiff getroffen.
6 for 6 now. I take it back, they haven't all sunk. Fascinating. They haven't all been immobilized. The C3s did, but that guy's carrying on. The little guy. 3,000 tons. Very well. Not a whole lot I can do about it now.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Sie gehen unter.
It's the Liberty. So that's 2 sunk out of 6. Right? Oh god, I've lost track. This these two C3s are hanging on. The Empire is still going. This C3 is also still hanging on. Okay. But they've all abandoned ship. 3 C3s are currently stricken. Got it. Got it. Okay. Speaking of C3s. If you're not keeping track, then why are you here if you're not gonna do your job?
Entfernung zum Ziel 4.
Keep track of how many people I've murdered.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 6.
I know it's not glamorous, but it's important work. Okay, this is it's for science.
Los. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
That's the last fish.
30 Sekunden.
Pretty close range, but should be fine. It's fine. Okay. That's 7 fish, 7 hits. I've only had 1 dud this stream. And I think no misses. But yeah. So the Liberty's already gone. Wait, but then who? It's too many. It's too many. I can't keep track. Who's George A. Marr? I guess it doesn't matter. The important thing is that God, there's so many. Really like lost contact with that one. This Empire whatever is gone. That's the important thing to note. And there are 4 stricken C3s.
Evakuiert das Schiff.
1, 2, 3, and 4. That's what I need to remember. And now,
Tauchen auf 220 Meter.
we say goodbye.
Kurs setzen.
15 Meter.
I have no idea how deep it actually is.
Schleichfahrt.
Silent running,
Ruhe im
please.
Boot. Meter.
Yeah, we're good. It's fortunately not 200 meters. That would be a bit much. About 150, 140 something. Perfectly manageable.
Alle Maschinen stoppen.
Now we wait. No idea I'm here. We haven't even sprung a leak this stream, I don't think. There's been damage, but definitely been depth charged. Don't jinx it. Well, if we spring a leak here, it's fine.
250 Meter.
No problem. Because we can't sink any further than this.
Aktuelle Tiefe 160 Meter.
Rock bottom. I don't know if it's rock, but something like that.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Sinkendes Wrack, 300 Grad. Sinkendes Wrack, 165 Grad. Sinkendes Wrack, 160 Grad.
45 Meter.
Geräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Pylon, 165 Grad.
What a strange convoy.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Notflugblick eingesteuert.
What a strange thing. Got 3 reported as sunk. No. We are gonna have to go around and talk to the survivors, so. Hello, Mikhail. I'm intrigued by the mod that you made, but I'm not entirely sure if I have a use for it, to be honest. It was a cool idea.
Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
Did you make that one too? I did see the realistic manifest. That is pretty cool, I think. We are, however, getting to the point in the war where boarding other ships is, generally speaking, not gonna happen. There's too many of these guys around. Yeah, let's snorkel over in this direction.
Kleine
Why not?
voraus.
Yeah. But like having an actual sheet of paper that's all typewritten, that's like, we have this many tons of tea or whatever. That's that is pretty cool. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, it's just this guy left then. Which I believe is the first ship that I hit. Funnily enough. Still a little close for comfort, to be honest. If I surface and start shelling this thing, they'll definitely see.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Well, no one says I can't just sit here with my snorkel up. Not very technically correct, but here we are. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. That is my bad. Please sleep. Please do.
Sinkendes Wrack, 300 Grad.
Where are they? Oh. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Anblasen.
We're good.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
That is always the question, isn't it, Ellie? Is this immersive or is it fun? Or is it both?
Herr Kaloin, wir sind
It's
aufgetaucht.
like there's some games where you have to go take a shit every now and then. That's immersive. Does it add anything to the fun of playing the game? I don't know. But the immersive freighter manifest is it's just an aesthetic thing. So it's not one of these hardcore things have to suck mechanics. That are a little too common, I think. Well, said he had a watch.
Funktelegramm gesendet. Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Weirdo. What are you watching Geralt poop for? Right, we're full.
Reisekompass einschalten.
It says sank in the past. Have I already reported this ship is sunk? Am I missing a different one? Can't take either of those.
Kurs setzen. Kurs setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Well, see, if I don't
Kurs setzen.
confirm these kills, this is one of the realism settings. You're playing a more lenient version of the game. You could just kind of not care about this. But I need to confirm that the ships sank in order to get credit for them. take cheese. Yeah, admin work everywhere. Immersion. Again. Food Tetris. It's... I just like to think of it as immersion and then immersion in quotation marks. But a lot of... like a lot of the mods I have are just aesthetic. The sound effects mod makes things sound better. The casual crew, so they're not just all wearing their uniforms because they didn't in real life. They only wear uniforms when they leave the boat. To go on a boarding party or when they're in port. Anyway, and the authentic goods as well. It's these little... Oh yeah, this is the kitchen. The galley. That's how big it is. And there's actually a everybody's fucking tired. I have a limited number of options for the people I can show. But the best part is you have this like cabinet right here, because they need a lot of storage space. So if you want to actually use the stove, you have to stand in that little, or I guess come at it from this side like he is. But you have to stand like in between the... It's great. It's a great time. Definitely no room for an ice cream machine in here. That we can say for sure. Look at that delicious soup. Can't be a big belly chef? I mean, this story's about that. People make things work. Even if you're like too tall for the bunks or whatever, you can make it work. The extra fiddling with the ammo types. Well, you see, Mikhail, there's nothing here. There's that piece of trash that comes with the boat, that's gone. So, I wouldn't have a use for that additional ammo type anyway, to be honest. Now, if it didn't look as shitty as it does with that stupid gun shield, or if we had the fully automatic 3.7 centimeter, then I'd be more interested. Yeah, I don't know where that gun shield came from. I don't know what the source material was, but I really would like to know. It's something special is what that is.
Kurzsetzen. Sinken des Fahrt. 45 Grad.
George A. Marr. Yeah, send a diver. That makes sense. It's a thing for us to do.
Kurzsetzen.
Frank. Cool. I shouldn't have sent that message because now I don't know which ones have been reported. I think 5 were reported, not 6,
Kurzsetzen.
but I'm not sure.
Sinken des Fahrt. 20 Grad. Sinken des Fahrt. 35 Grad.
Well, I've interacted with all 6 of the wreckages. I can tell you that much. If something didn't count, then that's... I'm not going to take responsibility for that.
Kurzsetzen.
Get out of here.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
I hope the third goal for this isn't 200,000. We're only 4,000 away. I could stop at a milk cow and get more torpedoes, but everybody's tired. I have all these survivors to take back. We should probably just go home. Things have been pretty uneventful for us. But very eventful for the Americans. So I've heard this game is basically like just one big spreadsheet in terms of like all the values and stuff. So if you want to adjust like stack limits or the amount of air people breathe. If you want to adjust numbers, I think it's pretty easy. But I wouldn't even know where to start when it comes to adding a completely new 3D model into the game. Yep. That is a skill set that I have, that has passed me by, you could say. Oh boy. I mean, sometimes I think I could have been a coder, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I imagine the testing is a big thing. Or if the worst is probably if people have report problems and then you have to chase down weird little things. But using the cheats in The Sims. Oh shit. Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. Yeah, that's pretty advanced stuff, I think. That's nothing to sneeze at there.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
I think we're still close to this convoy. Oh, they're back there. Okay. Leave them behind. But yeah, I'm comfortable with just leaving that to other people. I can do the writing and the limited degree of like historical analysis and video editing, of course. I actually enjoy that quite a bit. Because it's like a puzzle, kind of. But the coding I will leave to other people. Oh yeah, it's definitely a skill set. editing in particular.
Eingehendes Funktelegramm. Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Herr Kaloin,
But again, I do very much enjoy it. So that's as good a reason to do it as any. Have you seen this bug, by the way, Mikhail? The, this stuff not being attached. I think it's because of the upgraded conning tower. That's an interesting one.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Wir wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches Ziel in diesem Gebiet informiert.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Yeah, I didn't notice it until earlier today. It's because if you look at it from like any other sort of angle, it sort of looks right. It's to get down here before you realize what's going on there. Yeah, I'm gonna get the canned meat in there, I think. Let's do that. Save the exotic fruits. I took that stack of exotic fruits to America and back. Did not eat any. Oh, they're not going to be done by the time we get back.
Herr Kaloin,
Interesting.
eingehendes Funktelegramm.
What's the visual issue? Well, it's easier to see now in the daylight. This is not attached. Back here. Which again, it's because of the upgraded conning tower. Something to do with that. With how this is attached. But it reminds me of the old days when the old days. It reminds me of 2025.1, where the Type 2, you put the GHG on, and it would be floating in space out here, because the boat was too small. Yeah, the Balcon does not look particularly good. And it's on here anyway. I'm not a fan of how this has been done. Historical pictures? You don't need historical pictures, because U505 has a GHG. plainly visible. So that's like it's the same. It's almost just like an extension of the keel is the way it looks. It's just like a rounded thing right at the front of this of the keel, right on the chin. But it's the same color as the rest of the underside of the boat. And this little, like, brass, I think they're brass, little, I don't know what they're called, listen-y bits. .505, not 501, but yes. Drakenofels video is good for that.
Peilung 135 Grad.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Bleibt ruhig. Konzentriert, Männer. Wir schaffen das.
I think he has a good picture of the sonar in there.
55 Meter.
Like, you can walk right up to it if you go to that museum.
Aktuelle Tiefe 90 Meter.
Alarm beenden. Alarm!
Do not end the alarm.
Station. Dafür haben wir trainiert.
We have hidden
Wir werden
damages
das
to find.
gemeinsam durchstehen.
Haven't you heard?
95 Meter.
Alright, we're good.
Alarm beenden. Tauchen auf 20 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 30
Tauchen
Meter.
auf 30 Meter. Anblasen.
25 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Funktelegramm gesendet. Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht. Kondensstreifen. Peilung 235 Grad.
God damn it.
Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter. Wasserbau sehr nah.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Alright. I guess we'll snorkel home then.
10 Meter. Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 135 Grad. Kondensstreifen. Peilung 225 Grad. Kondensstreifen. Peilung 245 Grad. Kondensstreifen. Peilung 255 Grad. Wasserbau. Sehr nah.
Oh, I actually spotted the snorkel. That's cool.
Kurs auf diesen Koordinaten setzen.
I mean, you can get away with a lot of things with the snorkel. You should not be able to. A lot of things.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Like even in these seas, every time it dips, the pressure in the boat drops like hell. And everyone hates it, because the diesels are still running. Yeah, you have to close. I don't know exactly how it works. But I think the Soviets, for their post-war diesel boats, pretty much used the exact same German system, and they had some problems where basically you were able to fuck it up and let a bunch of water in the boat or something. But the Americans came up with a more foolproof design, I think. Because the Americans, more than anybody else, understand idiocy. The true capabilities of idiocy. Floating valve component? That would make sense. Yeah. But then when it does seal the intake, again, the diesels are still running, so everybody's ears hate that, and it wakes everybody up. So holding the boat at periscope depth to do this, in any kind of sea state, even when it's completely calm, is not a great time. Okay, you're making me worried, so I'm gonna save right here. Thanks. Don't know how long it's been. No band. No band. That's we definitely deserve one for that shit. I think I sank 20 ships. pretty sure. It's one that got away,
Kurs auf diese
and
Koordinaten
one
setzen.
dud. Where I had to send another. But other than that, so that's the end of the last stream. We did that. But then the game crashed, so I did it again. Basically the same attack. Another milk cow. Oh my god, it is 200,000. Well, if I had known that, I would have gone for a milk cow. Got a couple more torpedoes. That's a shame. That's a shame. Or you could argue I was too successful. Like I should have left more for the last mission. Anyway. And weather station. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cecil and Bean. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's one tanker that I sank with gunfire. Right. I sank 20 ships with torpedoes. And one with guns. Which would have been... this one, maybe? But yeah. So I don't think I'm missing any. Got the 5 C3s and the Liberty. I think we got them all. It's just that one got away, but that one was only 3,000 tons, so that one wouldn't have tipped the scales either. So we're gonna get there without picking up some more torpedoes anyway. But yeah. And the Under-Keel Detonations, which I should address because that's the title of the stream. Working very well. Working very well. One dud this stream. Only one. But overall, I've had 5 duds. And... what is that? 40 torpedo hits so far in this campaign using magnetic fuses. "40 hits and 5 duds. So that's 5 out of 45 is 11% dud rate. I'm not entirely sure what all the factors going into that might be, but again, I'm not sure if the magnetic head fails, then can the impact head take over? I'm not sure. I don't know. But it's working pretty well. And all of the ships, except for the one little 3,000 tonner, sank with one torpedo. And this is on realistic sinking physics too. Some of them needed to be finished off, but they only needed one torpedo, is my point. So as far as that goes, and every time there's a hit, he says serious damage. So I think it does do more damage, the Under-Keels. But yeah. "19 hours, we'll have a..." U-boat pens. But that's gonna have to wait for next time. I think I will do this administrative shit in my own time, and then next time we'll do the next mission. So, the engineer. I still did not give him this skill for less smoke. Finally has it. Alright. Last skill to be awarded. But yeah, let me just look at the available missions real quick.
Ich höre, Herr Kommandant. Werfen Sie einen Blick auf die Seekarten, Herr Kommandant. Wir haben neue Erkenntnisse über die Geleitzugrouten im Atlantik. Hier sind die vorrangigen Planquadrate für Ihre nächste Feindfahrt.
We'll do this. Because this I haven't been making much progress on. The Atlantic Theater operations.
Gute Jagd, Herr Kommandant.
And when does... Mediterranean... This is already over. Battle of Gazala. Yeah, I'm gonna skip the med. I'm gonna skip the med. This one starts in 43. Monsoon goes all the way to the end, so that's interesting. I don't know what this is, but a lot of things have become available in 43. We still gotta do this. Still gotta do the last mine laying mission. And... is this just one mission? The distant operations? It seems that way. It's just the one mission. Okay. Just the mission where Atlantis and Python get sunk. Alright. And again, U-68 was actually there, so
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
they were
setzen.
filling the shoes of U-68 and U-126, I think. Not entirely sure. All right, Felix, we'll get you to Ireland. Sorry, to your classified destination. Can't be letting that slip when we're ashore. Anyway, I'm gonna do the administrative bullshit, and yeah. And I'll see you for the next mission, which might be a while. Might be a while before I can stream again, but like a week at least, potentially. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, it has been a blast, I agree. And I hope you do too. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you all for getting us to 1,000 on YouTube. Getting monetized over there. And yeah. I'll see you some other time. Take care now.